yeah, I want to see the locations. Yeah. But even if you're going to be showing the locations on a map, the location will be a number. It will not be saying Charles Waweru, Lubiri Road. No. There's going to be a lot of anonymization of data depending on who's accessing data. And some of that's part of the work that the DMRV system that's going to be shown has to embed. And then lastly, on grievance redress mechanism, that will also be addressed at the VPA level. Because remember, the ministry may or may not do all the VPAs. It's not just for the ministry, but also for the private sector. So you must indicate as a private sector doing, let's say, the e-cooking household VPA, how are you making sure there's a legitimate grievance redress mechanism that allows people to report on your program anonymously. So someone has to be given the option. You like you put the form I've given you. You can decide to put your name or not your name. It's up to you. What's important is the comment. What's really important is the comment. Be the physical paper or the online form. It's really up to you. Yeah, because the idea is people must be able to really bring out these issues without the fear of being victimized or reprisals or etc. etc. So that will also have to be addressed by each of the VPAs that you're creating, either as a public institution or a private institution. Okay, but of course you have to leverage the existing laws. I will check if there are any questions from the audience.
I think we need to give a chance to people online. We have over 30 people attending online and very many more that we are not seeing. So I hope they, in case they have a questions, I want to request you to type them in the chat room so that we are able to pick them from there. But of course, I think we'll give a chance to a few. If you can put up your hand as we move along, we'll be able to see you and pick you so that we are able to answer. But there was a question on tariff. I think the commissioner is here to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. I think before I respond to Emma's questions, high quality questions, I wanted to revisit what Catherine asked. Catherine asked about power reliability and the people throwing the wire and the snake, very prevalent in the informal settlements. And colleagues, I think her experience, she shares the experience from the work she's been doing. We've been having, just for information, a project in some of the informal settlements within Kampala. For this lady because she's walked the whole mile reaching our people in the informal settlement. Just to note that 65% of us in this Kampala, in the greater Kampala metropolitan area, live in this settlement. So we can safely or unselfly say Kampala is one big informal settlement. It's very safe to argue that way. But the point you are raising is very, very important. But what we have learned from some of these informal settlements is when we went initially, we didn't even know the extent of the problem that was there with regards to the problem of illegal connections, the problems of the situation of the power there. And so I always have, I think that this work of clean cooking or energy transition in these countries of ours is the most interesting, because we went in there to solve electric cooking or clean cooking problem. Now, as we speak, we are tackling a totally different problem. We're trying until we start working. And for me, I think that's why we started by appreciating your commitment to this work. There's going to be all sorts of challenges, but we just have to remain committed to delivering this success. Because I think the solutions, once we face them, the solutions are there. It's not very difficult work. Now, Emma raises two interesting points. I'll start with one on financial additionality. Yes, very good question. And I think Happy, your neighbor there, is from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We've been already working. Yes, Nick Brown. Nick Brown is one of us from the government. But we are already working, have a common incentive framework for the clean cooking sector in Uganda. That work is already moving because we need to make sure that we're deploying our resources effectively and efficiently. So where we have the government subsidy through UCCC and other partners, where we have different tax incentives, where we're providing e-cooking tariff, now we are bringing the carbon on board. We need to make sure that that basket is balanced. That work is already going. It has been appreciated on the policy side. We shall sort it, but thank you for raising the question. I think it's very well placed. And I hope that my team from West Carbon has taken note of this point on financial additionality. I think it's something we need to include somewhere. Number 2, on the e-cooking. E-cooking, another interesting animal. Why? We started, if you had the story, maybe first take you back on the science behind the e-cooking journey. Now we did a very rapid assessment of our customer base, and we realized that the Greater Kampala metropolitan area, where you have about 2 million customers out of the 2.5 or 2.6 million customers we have on the grid, actually we are consuming about 70 units on average. So there's definitely different people of different skills. But out of that realization, we say maybe what does it take to incentivize a household like you as Emma to maybe move that budget of charcoal to units and start cooking with electricity, especially as the technologies were coming on board. And happy to note and report that we have just completed an assessment, an analysis, where 50% of the target users are using this tariff. 50%. Is it a good score? Certainly not. But I think that exercise has given us 2 important things which we must be proud of. Number 1, wherever you go now in the world, people are asking about this tariff, both locally and internationally. So there has been a dividend in terms of awareness. People are just talking and appreciating that there's something called, there's a country somewhere in the world that can think of a cooking tariff. Whether it is working or not, there has been positive in it. But number 2, out of the analysis that I've just referred to, we are going to see how to review and improve this tariff. So we're already in discussions to see if there are any improvements that we can make within the prevailing constraints. I think this question, I see my colleague has shared a question here, which will tackle, I think it's rightly on this form. I want to request other colleagues in the room to also put in their comments. I think there's a comment here that makes reference to some of the points that the Commissioner made at the opening. So we will, I think, be responding to this participant. But thank you very much. Happy to continue the conversation on some of these topics if you have not had an opportunity to ask.
I think, thank you, Commissioner. To note, we have very many participants online. I see Total Energies is being represented online. I see PSFU, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, is also being represented. I see POA is being represented, and so many other really participants online, including ERA. ERA is also being represented online. So we are with them. Maybe one thing to note, in case you want to make yourself comfortable, you take your on my right there, just go there and make yourself comfortable. Then you come back for conversations. Then, as they said, we have this form. In case you have any other burning comment or question that you need to ask, this is the time that you can write it down. If you feel you cannot really express it here on the microphone, you can write it down. Our team seated behind Sayun and Solomon will be passing through, make sure that they correct these comments. Then our team online, members online, we will also request you that you can either way download the form which is attached online. You fill it and share it by email, or you can also comment directly in the comment section so that we pick your question and we answer it. I think at this moment, the consultant will proceed to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we are now proceeding, diving deeper into the program of activities. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, that there are different what you call carbon accounting methodologies within the gold standard that are going to be applicable within this program of activities. Now, the reason why we are casting the net wide is to make sure that everyone is going to be having a place within this framework, depending on the kind of fuel you're having and the kind of cook stove you're having. Now, I won't want to get to the technical details, but just to indicate that there are 3 applicable methodologies within the gold standard framework, and all 3 of them are currently about to complete a technical review to ensure that they have what you call the Paris Agreement aligned. In other words, that whereas these methodologies are not within the compliance market, but the methodologies are as applicable within the UNFCCC or even the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, and they should be finalized in terms of publication within the next 2 weeks in the month of April. So which are these 3 methodologies and why were they adopted? I'll take us through that. You'll forgive us, but in the ecosystems, there are lots of use of acronyms, and we have made an effort to make sure any use of acronym is also presented in terms of what is the full abbreviation. Now, one of the principles of clean cooking in this current dispensation is to make sure that any amount of energy that is claimed to be clean or to be displacing that which is not clean is able to be tracked. So you'll be seeing a terminology called CTEC, which simply means continuously tracked energy consumption. Continuously tracked energy consumption, to simply mean that the kind of stove or the cooking appliance being distributed has the ability for one to continuously track its energy consumption. And as I explained earlier, the amount of energy consumed can be calculated in terms of how many emissions reductions have been generating in terms of what was it able to displace. Now, at this point in time, because we are now coming to a little bit of technical in terms of the methodologies, suffice to say the following. If a household is cooking with electricity, can you introduce LPG to them, or should you introduce LPG to them, or firewood cooking, or biogas? Yes or no? No, why not? They're already efficient. They're as efficiently possible, as efficient as possible. Now it will be a question of brand. Yeah, from this brand to that brand. But remember that, yeah, you cannot easily displace somebody who's already efficient because your baseline will not be making sense. If you're coming to me, I'm already cooking with electricity, my baseline maybe it's 0.5 tons per annum, and you're asking me to cook with something that is emissions will be 2 tons, you're on the negative. So you can sell me the stock, but don't talk about the credits, yeah, because then there's no emissions reduction, it's emissions additions. Am I making sense? Now, which methodology are we looking at? One of the previously robust or still robust methodology, what we call the metered and measured energy cooking devices, or if you like, MECD. And this methodology was simply saying that there are certain devices, cooking appliances, that can be easily metered. One of them are the electric cooking devices that can be easily metered because any household that has a cooking appliance has an electricity meter, yeah? And by default, electricity devices can be metered. Am I making sense? Yeah? So it's a question of how then do we ensure we meter the devices that are already in circulation, and those are logistical things we can always talk about, but we have meters that can be embedded into a device, and we have meters that can be outside the device. So if you take this to be your EPC, either we open the EPC, we put the meter, the DMRV meter inside, where the cooking board is or at the cable. So there are different options possible, and we'll have a session on DMRV later in the afternoon. So it's very much possible. What about the case of LPG? So the methodology also allows for LPG appliances to be part of this methodology in two ways. Either one, have the meter, or two, provide a framework within which, if there is no meter, there's a verifiable way within which we can know the consumption of LPG in the household or the institution. So how can we verify that there's LPG consumption if you're not metering? Sales invoice. Yeah, because for LPG appliances, the methodology allows you to either put the meter and provides alternative if you cannot put the meter, and that is by way of verifiable consumption. And verifiable consumption will come to by way of sales invoice. So it becomes a bit more complicated if you choose not to meter because of circumstances, but and if you still want the credits, then how can you tell that this so-called 100,000 houses using your LPG stoves actually use LPG? So the question of the sales invoice to show that indeed you have been selling to them this LPG. Am I making sense? And I hope I'm not confusing anyone when at one point I'm talking about the stove, at time I'm talking about the fuel. Yeah. Remember, yes, the fuel it brings the bulk of transition, but the carbon asset is the stove. Are you together? Yes, they work complementarily. Are we together? So to make things very easy, it's easier for us to designate VPS by way of fuel because the stove for an LPG will be uniquely different from, let's say, an electric pressure cooker. Okay, so that's why the VPS are based on fuel, because on the critical assumption that the stove will also be unique to that particular fuel. Am I making sense? So for those who will be having similar EPCs, it will be in one bucket, and those will be having similar LPGs. For example, the 6 kg LPG cylinder with a burner will all easily be put into one bucket. And because we have an MRV system that knows who are the 10 companies part of that VPA and who sold what where by way of the DMRV, we can easily know the amount of carbon credits generated by each household and tie that to the respective company that was part of the VPA. I hope I'm making sense. It's very, very easy. The same for you, you can easily know you have got 100 salespeople selling your stores, you can easily know who sold what, right? So similarly, from the MRV systems, we can easily know company's stove was generating the most credit from each respective household, and that's where the MRV comes in. The other equally robust methodology that will now be supporting devices that cannot be metered are now what's called a methodology called TPD Tech, which stands for Technology and Practices Displacing Decentralized Thermal Energy Consumption. So here we're talking about briquettes. Now we know that there are some companies that have been able to put a DMRV system to a briquette stove, but it's not easy, it was a bit costly. Yeah, so for those who be doing, let's say, the likes of briquettes, that their stoves cannot have a DMRV system because it's too complicated, then ideally those companies will be using this particular methodology. Okay, and the methodology has very robust ways for us to also assess the consumption at the household level. And I'll be honest, because of the lack of the DMRV system, the scrutiny is a bit extra higher. Last methodology is what we call CLEAR, the Comprehensive Lowered Emissions Assessment and Reporting, that was actually championed by the Clean Cooking Alliance and other players to really try and bring more sense in the ecosystem. Now, you might ask yourself, so Charles, why are we having 3 different methodologies? The answer is simple. The first one is mostly targeting those who are metered. The second one, TPD Tech, is mostly targeting those that cannot be metered. But the last one, the third one, CLEAR, targets both those that can be metered and those cannot be metered. In other words, the devices that can have continuously, they can have a continuous tracking of energy consumption, and those that cannot have the continuous tracking of energy consumption. At the end of the day, the decision to pick a methodology will be based on the kind of stove you have, the kind of monitoring reporting system you have, and just the applicability. But all three are applicable. However, you cannot say you want to do electric pressure cookers and go for TPD tech. No, you'll be told no, go to either NECD or the clear methodology. Are you together? It's like you are a heavyweight class boxer, you want to go to featherweight. Yeah, you can't do that, can you? Or you are lightweight, you want to go to heavyweight boxing. No, you are not eligible, you'll be destroyed. So the same thing here, if you can be metered, you can either use MECD or clear. If you cannot be metered, either use TPD tech or the clear methodology. I hope that one is very, very clear to all, right? And again, the beauty of the carbon market is that the respective methodologies and how to do it, where to do it, the calculations, etc., all these are publicly available information, right? The publicly available information, and it's part of the technical capacity we should be providing to those players who will be willing to walk the journey with the ministry. Just to conclude things out, and for everyone's sake, if you go back and scan the QR code sharing project documents, we have been able to put this PowerPoint presentation in the folder, so you can access it via phone or laptop in case things are not very clear for those who are here in person or also virtually. Now, one of the key things I have to be very clear is that this program of activities, what you call the project boundary, is the Republic of Uganda. Why am I saying this? The reality is that in the case of even like in Kenya, we find cases whereby some clean developers who are selling things around Bungoma, close to the border with Uganda. Some of the households are, in a household, you don't know where your border is, right? Sometimes. So to be very clear, this one will only be applicable for devices that have been distributed and are being used within the boundaries, the administrative and legal boundaries of the Republic of Uganda. So if your households, your salespeople sells them to my cousins in Bungoma, those ones will be excluded. I hope I'm very clear on that. If you sell to friends in the Sud, those ones are excluded. Yeah. If you sell those in the east, that was to the east, the DRC. Yeah. If you sell to guys in that side, those ones are excluded. Are you together? So make sure for the purposes of carbon accounting, your households and institutions are within the administrative and legal boundaries of Uganda. Yeah, but you know at the border you say, I am Kenyan, I am Luya, but I'm also in Uganda. No, administratively, legally, you're not. Yeah, so make sure that point is very clear. The salespeople when they're selling these stores as well. It's just part of the administrative things. Now, another technical aspect that will be dealt with at the VPA level is the concept of additionality. There are different ways I can describe it, but I'll use one that is usually very simple to understand. That which you are trying to do, will it have happened on its own, or it will not have happened without your intervention? That which you're trying to do, will it have happened on its own, or it might not have happened without your intervention? How additional are you? How additional are you in your case? You're looking at transitioning a house from the use of 3-stone firewood to the use of, let's say, LPG. Will that household have been able to transition without your intervention, for example? Yeah, you'll say yes, maybe. So there are different ways of additionality. For example, there could be a technological barrier. There could be a financial barrier. There could be a social cultural barrier for transition. I know there's a project I was working on the Stakeholder Consultation. An issue came up from the use of biogas that was coming from the West in a community to provide energy that was used for cooking. Can you connect? Yeah, the West for cooking. Cyclical, nice cyclical economy, but in the minds of some, the thinking is it's fishy. Others, in the case of EPCs, and maybe they can tell us, the food, the local food, they don't taste the same if you cook with EPC compared to with firewood. I don't know. Is it true or false? It's true. So that's when you call it a social cultural barrier. Yeah, that maybe the people think it will not taste the same, perceived or otherwise. Yeah. Those are some of the barriers that we look at additionality, for example. Yeah. And we are also looking at what something like the risk of transition. So, for example, I know one of the issues that will come up with the LPG, for example, is will the transitioning of households from the use of firewood to LPG stagnate the complete transition to clean cooking, for example? Is that going to be a risk? So there's a way in which we say no or yes, and of course that's where we have to go back to the government or the ministry's energy transition plans. For example, I think you've heard of one meeting, please. You've heard of this conversion on just energy transition. Some view LPG as a transition fuel, for example. Yeah. Some say no, it should do the full transition or otherwise. So we also have to always look at when we are transitioning people from firewood to another fuel, will that be the end, or it's a step to the next stage? That's how I'm going to be able to see the additionality for the different fuels. And that's some of the conversations we'll be having specifically when you're meeting electric people, when you're meeting those for LPG and those for biogas. We shall be looking at how shall we work out additionality. So by the POA level, it simply says that additionality will be demonstrated at the VPA level. Are you together? So that's where we're having those technical conversations. The POA is also saying that the technological performance and safety of each device must be in full compliance with what the Bureau of Standards has said. So if the Bureau of Standards says that for you to use electric cooking appliances, the thermal efficiency will be X%, then that is what you're going to be required for you to be part of the program. Are you together? So it's not just the carbon. We have to make sure that everything that is being done is part of the regulatory frameworks within the country and also within the energy areas. Am I making sense? And I'm sure there's something that you already do. Those who are distributing LPG stoves, you're in full compliance, right? Those who are doing electric, because the last thing you want is when people are trying to remove the ports in an EPC, there's some electrical malfeasance and there's electrical shock. Yeah, you must be in compliance with the specific regulations of a specific fuel. I think that's common, right? Yes, it's common, but it will have to be verified in the context of regulatory meeting the regulatory requirements. And when it comes to the matter of validation and verification, for those who are not familiar with the terminologies, the difference between validation and verification is that when we are setting up the projects into what we're calling the project design documents to see if you're in compliance with the host country regulation and whatnot, and are you in compliance with the methodology, we call that validation. The third-party auditor has to come in and validate that the project has been designed as per the methodology and as per the host country regulations. Verification is now, you are saying, I want my carbon credits. Then they have to come back again later and see and verify that indeed the credits have been generated as per the expectations of the standards and the host country regulations. Remember, to be very clear, you are not just obligated to be in compliance with the carbon market regulations by the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Water and Environment. No, you must also be in compliance with subsequent regulations under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development because you're dealing with an energy product. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? So don't think it's just about satisfying the carbon market regulations. No, you must also be in compliance with the energy or your sectoral regulations. Are you together? When it comes to collecting data, you must be in compliance with the data protection laws as well. Are you together? Yes? So every regulation that has an impact, even an iota of an impact of your project, you must show how you're in compliance. Together? Okay. Any question before we move on to the next session? I am aware that we're coming to lunch hour, but from the program, our lunch break is at 1 p.m.
As we wait for more questions, we want to really recognize the presence of the British High Commission that has really made this happen online. They are virtually participating with us. and they are here. We shall at a later time be able to hear from them. And again, we want to recognize the Ministry of Water and Environment, actually, which is the DNA designated for this activity. And we are happy to be with them, plus other very many members that are with us. Let's welcome some questions. Feel free to ask anything that is at your heart.
Thank you so much. Some two questions, 2 or 3. One is going to our commissioner and who's the chief guest here. Someone, a member at UNAC, is asking, how is the ministry willing to help or to assist the members who are dealing in their institutional bookstores, helping them to certifications, getting certifications from the testing facilities in Uganda, bearing in mind that the costs are too high and sometimes may not be manageable by the ESCOs. Then another one goes to the consultant. Someone is also inquiring about the language you've used on the issue of the independent verifier and then the auditor. This seems to be two entities, separately and doing different works. So this person wants to know who are these and when should they be expected, and for what period of time will they be playing their roles. And the last one is still confusing, but that one is confusing me. We are expecting, I'm hearing some good. Please carry on, but it's confusing, sir. Steve again. Yes, the last one, which is confusing, is we are looking at generating a lot of carbon, which carbon comes from maybe the number of or the usage of the products that we offer to the customers. And remember, at the back of our mind, we are planning to give out very efficient and economical products. Now, what is confusing here? For instance, an EPC can cook beans in less than an hour, but on a normal charcoal stove, it can cook for 2 hours. Now, where are we going to hit the jackpot? Because we want target increase the revenues, and again we have to plan for efficiency. How is this not contradicting each other? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before I give the commission to respond to the first one, I'll take the last 2 questions. So how does the clean cooking ecosystem reward efficiency? So within the calculations, there is what we call efficiency ratios that is able to allow person to still get credits, even though their machines are so efficient, to mean that less energy will consume, which then will mean they'll get less credits. So how the calculations account for that is by way of the efficiency ratios, whereby the more efficient you are, you're still able to strike the balance of being rewarded for it. Because we know that efficient cook stoves are more expensive to manufacture because of the amount of technology that goes into it. So the calculation, the carbon accounting, takes care of by way of what's called the efficiency ratios. That's how we're able to balance. But the key thing here is that for clean cooking, you have to make sure that when you're cooking, you clean very efficiently and spend the least amount of fuel possible, because that is the issue with the end users. They want to cook and spend the least amount of money possible. Yeah, even if it means you're getting less credits, that's why now for the clean cooking accounting, carbon accounting, the efficiency ratios are there to ensure you are still rewarded for having a high thermal efficiency of the stove. Okay. Then the question about the independent auditors or auditors, very good, fair enough. For you to register a carbon project, the number of stages you go to. Like in any business, you start with the feasibility study. Yeah, is it possible for you to do the transaction or the business in a particular area? Once you're done with the feasibility study, then you have to ask yourself, do I have the project finance to do it? because you've done feasibility study, you have seen it's possible for you to do it, but the how to do it will be a function of money. How efficiently can you do it? Now, in the context of any project, you must have a concept note or a project proposal. So in the carbon market ecosystem, the gold standard provides what you call a project design document. It's like a project proposal template for you to fill in specific sections. The first stage in that process is by doing a local stakeholder consultation, because that's what the ministry is doing. Because the last thing you want is, you want to do a project of clean cooking. Who told you we need it? Have you spoken to the people? So you must start with the local stakeholder consultation. You do a local stakeholder consultation report. This consultation for this POA does not end today. An announcement will be made at the end of today to say, now the LSC for the POA is open for the next 30 days. Another 30 days for us to keep on collecting views about the POA, and another 30 days for each of the respective VPS. So at the end of the 30 days, you can now do an LSC report for the POA and for each of the VPS. Then take it the gold standard. If everything's found to be okay, then we can proceed and do the other things, which is now the project design document, which is now we are putting the details of the project for the POA and also for the respective VPS. But then that has just been done here locally in Uganda. Yeah, but this market is for the globe. So a third party independent auditor with no affiliations to anyone in this room or within the Republic has to come in and validate that the project design document has been done in compliance with the gold standard requirements and also with the host country regulations. Third party independent. Think of them like the auditors you bring to your company to audit your books. They've got no affiliations to you, they're independent, and they have been accredited by an accounting body, and their reports has got weight. So the same thing happens for them. So within the gold standard, there are a set of accredited auditors for clean cooking projects that they can be selected, contracted to come and do the independent audit for the validation. Months down the line, at least after 12 or so months now, well, let's say the people for e-cooking want to get the carbon credits. You've been doing your mountain reporting as a company based in Uganda, right? Again, a third-party independent auditor with no affiliations to that company or the Republic or the government has to come in and verify that the emissions reductions claim, the carbon credits you're claiming you have generated are actually verifiable. And they do a report to the standard and say, hey, I did an assessment and yeah, those guys have been able to generate 100,000 credits so you can have them issued. Now, to be clear, you're not being given money. It is carbon credits. I've said for every 1 ton of greenhouse gases you remove, you're getting 1 carbon credit. So it should be an account. Think of it like the bank account. It's not like it's physically there in the bank, yeah? It should be, but it's not really. It's just an account. They have got numbers in the account. It's only when you withdraw, you get the money. So when you sell those credits to a buyer from, let's say, the Global North, that's when you send those credits to the account and they know they give you the money. But that is after the verification process. So yes, these are 2 different accountants. These are 2 different auditors who come in at 2 different stages. How long will it take for us to register a project? It depends on how fast you can move, availability of resources, how soon can we aggregate. But usually for energy projects, at least look at 9-12 months minimum because of trying to put things together, again, depending on how prepared you are, feasibility studies, business studies, etc. So if you are working as an aggregated entity, things might move faster because you have got more resources to do things a bit faster. But there's usually a process. But once you're registered, we need to monitor for at least 12 months before you can say you want your credits issued. So we do the implementation for 12 months after registration. Then on the 13th month, you can request now to be verified to get the credits. Yeah, it's not a long time. It's manageable. Because once you are registered, then you can do the projects. You can get carbon credits for the next 5 years, which now makes things make more sense. And you don't have to go through this whole process again, yeah, for the next 5 years. And then at the beginning of towards the end of the 5th year, if you feel there's still a case for clean cooking, you can request the standards to renew your project for another 5-year cycle. Meet some requirements and then do it for another 5 years. That's 10 years already. So It might look a bit cumbersome in the beginning, but just to make sure only people who are doing things per the standards are going to be allowed to get these carbon credits, because we are literally in the business of selling air. So we must at least make it look legit. That's why all these processes have to be done. So even for when somebody is coming and saying my stove is 60% efficient, thank you. Give me the efficiency report from whoever the standards, whoever did the testing, give that proof. Yeah, so it's not just about saying, it's all about making sure any claim being made can be verified. So that's why it might look a bit lengthy at the beginning, but once you register, things become a bit easier. Okay, so question on ministerial support.
Okay. Take the opportunity to stand again, and thank you, my chairman, for asking another important question on how we support his certification. And I think this is very timed and well aligned, especially having heard that for us to play in this program, we need to make sure that our products comply with the national standard. What I can say is I think we are living in very, very interesting times, especially us in the room, us in this sector, because I think the future shows that a lot of action is going to be not only clean cooking, but also the discussion we're having around carbon markets. So the nexus between climate and cooking and energy becomes very, very important. But more important than that, Chairman, we have spent the last 1 year, or at least 9 months, trying to understand some of these issues. So, for example, under the certification theme, we have done an assessment. We know how many companies are certified, how many of those are not. That list needs to be validated by UNAC. So, Chairman, through you, I will request that you submit a list, because I think that has been work from the government, where we have done an assessment of companies that have certified who appear on the UN-based register as of today. If you go there, if you look at the UN-based register, we have enlisted companies who have certified their products. Some of those that have not yet, we know, and that helps us plan better on how to support them. But the other bigger challenge for testing and certification is the capacity in the country. We recognize that if you went to UNBS today, there are certain processes you're not able to undertake. If you're able to undertake them, it is at a high cost. So as we speak today, we are also building capacity in the testing facilities. So we're working already, we're putting together a mechanism which Minister of Finance has already approved to improve our capacities, our testing capacities. What this means is if we are able to improve capacity in some of the public testing facilities, maybe then we can avoid the private testing facilities that might appear cost prohibitive. So capacity becomes important. That is something Chairman is already addressing. The testing capacity, we're going to equip about 5 testing facilities in this country. This story we had, I know Asimwe was one time talking about the challenges we had in one of the government programs where our stoves could not be tested. We had to move them around the region. This will be the past. We will have a full capacity in this country, test, and we'll bring back that discussion to the private sector to understand how best we can make it even more affordable and inclusive. So that's what is happening. That's why we're saying, I think we're living in very, very exciting times, because the problem half understood is half solved. We understand some of the issues that we have in the sector today, and we'll continue working together to address them. But I want to use this opportunity, Chairman, to request that the Chairman who has asked the question holds a very, very important office in this sector. If where he's seated there, I don't know if he's still around,
stand up for.
He needs to stand. Charles, this is the chairman of our National Clean Cooking Association, the CCAK of Uganda. If he decides to draft a letter here where he's seated before he leaves and sends it to my permanent secretary, it will appear on my desk with a very strong comment, handle urgently. So please, Chairman, I request you to share, because I remember now maybe it's important to also share, especially for our groups in the bioenergy space. What is the status today? Like I said, I think we talked to the audit team last year, who were able to profile for us the companies that have been certified. What we do not have, I do not have a full list of those that, out of our list of UNA, how many of those are in different stages of certification or not. I think that would be a good piece of information. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. So I'll move through the next two sessions, the things you've covered in. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Ronald. My question is regarding the earlier slide that you presented. You mentioned that the Ministry of Energy is going to be the managing entity of the POA. So what happens if, as the ESCO are distributed in my stores, credits are being generated within the ministry, that's those for the carbon buyer and negotiates with them, or it's between the ministry and I, they sit down on the table and negotiate on the cost of the credit, because the cost of the credit also comes with its value. For example, if you are serving the refugee community, the credit might be different because this goes through a lot of hurdles to get energy, quality energy for cooking, as it is for people within urban centers. So do I, as an energy service company, sit down with the minister and we negotiate on the value of the credit in that way? And also, when that has been done, what percentage goes to the ministry, what percentage goes to the ESCO, what percentage goes to the beneficiary, because all these are entitled in the value chain of the POA.
Thank you. Very, very good question. So, one thing is what contributes to the price of carbon credits. Usually there are two components. One is the cost of the monitoring and reporting, as you mentioned, and also what you call the co-benefit you just mentioned. What do I mean? So if you're doing a clean cooking project, ordinarily we're looking at SDG 13 on climate action, right? But if you're able to show that it's not just about clean cooking, and that maybe from the carbon credits and carbon finance being generated, you're going to making the let's say the lives of the communities in the refugee settlements be more, let me say the more comfortable than it currently is. By repatriating those resources back to the refugee community, then you have a better story. Remember, most of the things that we buy and sell in the market is perception. The pair of shoes you're wearing right now can be $10, it can be $100. But perception and how you tell your story. Yeah, if your project shows that the cook stores were made by a group of vulnerable communities or marginalized communities, and therefore you buy these credits that are helping a marginalized community, that's a better story than others. So that's what you call the co-benefits. And the section immediately after this one is on the SDGs. So the more co-benefits you have, the better the story, and therefore it will influence the price. The price of clean cooking credits can go as low as $4 per credit. The highest it has been able to go to is $35 by a project called EcoSafi that was having a DMRV solution and a lot of good stories to showcase the product. So they sold at $35, others $4, others $10. Again, it comes down to how are you doing your stories. The other question you've asked about the structure is like this. So you're speaking is now private sector components dealing with let's say household projects, correct? So when you have the ministers, the POA, it provides the overall guidelines and everything. What usually happens in a traditional, in the usual sense is if you want to be part of a POA, you do a request to the CME, in this case the ministry, that I want to have a VP under under you. So to the question of, besides meeting the technical requirements, are there any other requirements from the ministry, for example? Now, to be very clear, if the ministry is not a participating member of your VPA, that umbrella, then it is you and those behind the VPA that enjoys the benefits. And if the requirement for you to be a VPA and the PA was a particular fee with the ministry, then that's something you have to agree. Remember, this is a technical design. You know, usually, even with architecture, they'll give you the design of the building, but the permits, the fees, is not the architecture's work. That is something you have to agree now, let's say the municipal or whatever. So even this one is a technical design. So there must be a conversation in terms of, will there be a fee? Yes or no? Will there be any other requirements? Yes or no? And then just make sure you're part of it. But what I know is that the ministry is very keen to make sure that there's an enabling environment for the scaling. If, for example, the conversion is that now the ministry, there's a development partner, there's a financier, all of you are part of the VPA, you're coming to the level of SPV, special purpose vehicles, whereby there's a public-private partnership, PPP. And you know, with such kind of a level, then things have to go legal, right? Because you have a private sector player bringing in something, you have a financier, private sector bringing in something, you have got you as a distributor bringing in something. So that now goes to legal. So this is just a technical architecture. It does not cover the legal, which is something that has to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. There are some of you, for example, who have existing carbon projects. Yeah? How do you fit in here, for example? Or if you want to have a VPA under this, and the ministry supports in a particular way, or the Ministry of Finance supports in a particular way, what does that mean financially and legally speaking? Yeah, because the government has now put in money in a business or a project, PP, how does it make sure it gets back its return on investment? So that's a more different conversation beyond this technical architecture. So that one has to be handled on a case-by-case basis. Even the issue of revenue share between you as the proponent and the community, those are conversations you must have with the community. And before you have that conversation, you must have a financial model that has told you where it makes sense. The example I used, for example, was for a project we are doing, and we saw, given the different numbers going around, 30% benefit share makes it sense for all parties, you see? So again, you have to design something from a financial modeling perspective as well. So this is just a technical architecture to show you what's possible, but you must have financial conversations, you must have legal conversations. And those two kinds of conversations usually on one-on-one. Another scenario is there are 5 different private companies coming together to form a VPA. The 5 companies willing to work together in the first place. If the answer is no, then we stop talking. If the answer is yes, good. How then do we pool resources as 5 distinct companies that are technically competitors to work together and retain our individual legal entities, you see? So all those are very specific conversations. There are models that they can explain each, but usually it's very specific. Are you coming as 5 competitors together and they're bringing in some external money, etc.? Selling the credits, I'll say it's not easy, it's not hard. Yeah, but if the project was designed with high integrity, with a very good social impact story, selling the credits becomes your list of problems. We was really saying that good things sell themselves. Yeah. Bad things, they don't sell them, so they can never be sold. So focus on high integrity project with high impact. I can assure you that once your story becomes visible, because you'll be doing the project before you get the credits. So already people will be saying, there's a project happening in Gulu that we have an interest in. Then the project in Gulu advertises the credits have been generated. People will just come to you. In fact, to not be a question of telling them, it's be a question of auction. Most of the credits are also auctioned. You literally meet somewhere, the floor price is $20 per credit. There are 5 buyers. Okay, $20. Who has the $25? $30. We do auctions. The last auction happened in East Africa. It was in Nairobi. Guys from the Middle East came to buy credits that had been collected. It was auctioned. So it's also possible. So we focus on high integrity project, high social impact projects. The money will just, the buyers will the smart buyers, they come to such projects before the credits are issued. They do what you call a forward purchase agreement. I'm going to give you cash in advance, But when the grades are out, I have the right of fast refusal. Come to me first before you sell to anyone. Let me refuse first. See, if the project of high integrity, those are the kind of things you should be saying, and we hope that every person being part of this program will be looking at that target. Yeah. Okay. Question, yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation and discussion. It's been very illuminating. I have two quick questions. The first is, how is it envisaged that this POA will interact with the existing poultry market ecosystem that is quite substantial in the sector in Uganda? I know, like actually here, but I know that we should quite a lot of credits. So my question is it envisaged that a lot of private sector products of that type will have spent, or because they're already separately, I guess, registering having those issues, or is this kind of in competition, I guess, with those initiatives? And the second question is, what is envisaged to promote and build confidence in these credits internationally, either on the voluntary market or in the, either 600 or 6.4 but certainly given the questions that have been asked to put the credits internationally in the last 3 years and the cocoa events in Kenya, I know that right, I think that some confidence building could definitely have a big impact, I guess, the price that is obtained for these credits and the rate at which they're from. I'd be curious to hear more about what is envisaged for both yourselves and the industry. And secondly, from the perspective of ministry finance, so elaborating on where.
Okay, thanks. So I'll start with the first one on how does it work within the existing framework. So if you do a quick analysis of clean cooking projects in Uganda, you'll realize two things. Your generation per annum is quite significantly high, and it's only coming from barely 5 companies. But the reality is those 5 companies have not been able to transition all households. So there's a feeling that the others who could do clean cooking interventions, but are not necessarily part of the big 5, but they will simply around. As well now, the call to action is the aggregation. Guys come together, we deal with the economies of scale. And I like that the association mentioned 2 companies that have been able to do the MRV because of the technical and financial capacity, but the rest they do not have is because individually they are too small at scale. So we feel that the amount that can be generated will be adequately enough in the event that even if the government decides to use it for part of meetings and disease, it can meet. So there's quite a lot of credits possible to be generated, very much. The second question on confidence building, and I'll give the example of how this program is somewhat different from other countries, is it will be the first ministry that is taking the decision to be a coordinating managing entities. If you go to Gold Standard or Vera, the people who are CMEs and players are usually private sector players. This will be the first ministry playing the role. That in itself should tell people who are looking at clean cooking and looking at Uganda that the government is not willing to sit by and let people do things the way they want to do it. We as a ministry are saying we are going to be part of this game and we're going to make sure the rules are very clear. So when you look at the regulations, it says if you want to do clean cooking, you must get approval from the line ministry, the Minister of Energy. And then the Minister is saying we are going to be part of the CMEs and these are the rules. And we're bringing in the Bureau of Standards to ensure that those rules, the efficiency and whatnot, are being put in place. That to me is the kind of confidence that you want. Compared to other governments, guys, the government is saying we just play the role of the regulator, but not like a market player. But here, one minister is playing the role of regulator, another one is saying, we want to show people how to do clean cooking, because at the end of the day, it's the ministry who. So in other places, they're giving the ambition and say, okay, private sector, take it from there. But in this context, it's giving the ambition and it's talking to the private sector players. So that to me is a very good signal that the ministry is giving, if I'm to compare it across the board, because to answer the question of the example of the company you reference is that the person that provides the endorsements or approval is the minister that's responsible for clean cooking, who's working closely with the DNA, the Ministry of Environment. So from the get, their ministry will tell you, no, this project of yours, you don't sit making the compliance market. So from the beginning, I told your credits will only be useful in the voluntary. So you play there. But from the get-go, the ministry can say, okay, based on you meeting certain guidelines or principles or ambitions of the ministry or for transition, you're likely to play in the compliance mix. So from the get-go, you as a developer, you're already knowing whether or not it's going to be possible. That you doing things, not consulting, and then when you get rejected, you say, the government did me dirty. So in this case, I think the ministry is saying, we are giving that clarity for anyone from the very, very beginning, which is something that cannot be said for most within the African ecosystem. So I think this initiative by itself is the kind of signals. And I'll be honest, I was personally surprised that the ministry wanted to do this because it's mostly private sector players doing the POAs. It's not the ministry. So when the ministry says that to do this, okay, the guys are very, very serious with the things. Yeah, so it's a really big positive indicator. I'll be very honest. It's the only ministry doing this in the continent in terms of being a CME because of the kind of complications and things that has to be done. Them taking up this mantle is encouraging. That's the reality. The economy is confidence. Yeah. Yeah. Question? Yes.
Yeah. Practice of the POA depends on any multi-sectoral creation. Needs to be environmental reasons. Then you also know that most times nowadays progress with your requesting. So is that an option for technically making where that's different entities can able to create different obligations? Make sure that you don't have a good identity.
Sorry, so question is on timelines for the POA.
Ministries, departments, and agencies, because I didn't know that once you implement some of these projects, that different agencies that someone has to do with. But right now, because some of the agencies take lots of time and think about perhaps someone take that so testing and then see that in 2 weeks to do the testing or even more than that. Then that ends up affecting the timeline to the implement some of the things. So my question is about an option of asset dependent is saying that, okay, if you're going to implement this, for example, an LPD, then all these different entities that will be involved are going to be a temporary period, 90 days or maybe 100 days, whatever they are.
Okay, I'll let the ministry respond to that, but allow me to give an observation that I saw in the first meeting we had with the ministry when we asked to support. Okay.
X in this country, you will government agency or ministry, and they had no appreciation of clean cooking. So they would look at Sarah here with her stoves. I went for, they were and so even the reception and process of how bureaucracy that you're there's every benefit us moving together, shoulder to shoulder, because and I'm advancing an interest in terms of moving across the government corridor. So and they keep checking this system. I think what we're trying to say, if you read our chat now, trying to achieve the levels of private. So the system again may be machinery in terms of some of these challenges. At least you do not find the old cutter who put the jackets on the team. There's a lot changing there.
Thank you, Engineer, for assuring us that the bureaucracy is going to be actually lowered. Now, what I wanted to appreciate that now you considering also that the small SMEs can benefit from such intervention. But also I wanted to inquire who will negotiate these deals? Is it the government or the private sector? Because regarding this carbon, who is going to be negotiating? Thank you.
Thank you. So just also go back to the initial response. It depends again with how we structure this. So usually in the usual sense, when you're a CME and you're not participating in the VPS, then the people who are running the VPS with the private sector or whatnot, the ones who will be doing the negotiations. So if now the ministry is part of a VPA with other private sector players, then all of you are in the negotiations. To be very clear again, in the carbon market, how it usually happens, for example, if maybe I want to do a clean cooking project and I want to raise, let's say, $5 million from a financier, the way it happens is as follows, is that the financier starts to recoup the investments from the carbon credits being generated. But the only way they can be assured that the money being generated from carbon finance after the selling is ready for the financier to take first is that project to be registered as a special purpose vehicle, and whereby the proceeds from this carbon finance will be stipulated in the term sheet, whereby it will say for the investor to recoup the $10 million, they'll be sweeping the carbon revenue by a particular percentage, particular duration of time until the investor has been able to recoup, let's say, their 2x. That's how it technically usually it happens. Okay, so that's how you're looking at a private sector player bringing in an investor. So in the case where in a VPA, the government, private players, and a VPA and bringing investments, those are some of the conversations that are likely going to be happening, and those ones must be determined on a case by case basis. What are you bringing? Are you bringing? What's the role of every holder in that VPA? Follow-up question?
Yeah, there's a follow-up question on that because I'm looking at these small SMEs that are in the field trade with also some big companies, and there is a pool where all these credits are generated. And how are we going to determine that the are being sorted out for the consortiums or for the big one. Or the big companies influence the selling of their own credits rather than the small companies. So we have to satisfy that as small entities will benefit from this.
Okay, very good. Now okay, I think I've gotten your concern. Okay, so I want to be very practical. Okay, so you're assuming, for example, let's say you're dealing with the VPA for electric cooking for household, yes? And there are 10 players. 7 are small, 3 are big, correct? So the question is, how do you know which credits, how are you sure that the credits from you as a small player are going to be sold, correct? So you don't have to worry about that, and this is why. The VPA is one project that should be getting the credits being generated collectively. Yes, we shall be able to know that company 1 of 10 brought in 20, other brought in 30, etc. But they come in as small projects. It's only you, the owners, who know who contributed what. So even when it comes to selling, you're selling from the batch. So the first batch of credit came, or let's say 20,000 credits coming from this contribution individually, you're selling them as a batch. So the big players, small players, you have to work collectively to get the highest price possible. But proportionately, everyone is getting as much as possible, because when the credits are coming in, it's not saying that when you're selling, you're only selling the ones from player 1, 2, 3. No, you've gone to markets and you're selling as a batch. So when it comes to how do you negotiate the best price, again, everything's been done as a group. Because let me put an example. When people come together as a circle, decisions are made. There's a governance structure that stipulates how they make decisions, etc. So when you're aggregating players into a VPA, similar structures have to be there. And everything must be legal. There's no, everything has to be legal. But when the credits have been generated, yes, you can know how they came in from each individual, but most likely you are selling them as a bundle.
Yes, that one we appreciate and we understand. Personally, I understand that. But the question is, if we put our credit in a pool, for example, 4 people have put the credits in the pool, but one is a big pool. In the pool, but we all bring in the same pool. So this big pool will have influence because he knows maybe a particular person A who trigger 2, and a buyer X comes. He says, because we don't know all the credits, he says, okay, I need maybe 40 credits. Which credits are you needing? I said for the big pool or for the small ones?
Okay,
that's the question.
Let me use this analogy. Think of it like a savings account where 5 people are contributing money to one bank account. Okay? If the bank account is reading $1 million, within the $1 million, you won't know this came from one until you balance the bank statement, correct? And that's the same thing with the common accounting. When you are selling the credits in the gold standard, it will be showing, let's say, 20,000 credits available. And you're selling it to, let's say, Macintosh 500,000. You've got 20,000 credits and you're selling to Macintosh, let's say, 15,000 credits. So from the 20,000 credits you have in the gold account, you're now just transferring 3,000 the account, and you're left with 5,000 credits. But within the account, it will not show what came from who or where. That's the deal. So when you are selling to Macintosh, you're selling to them 15,000 credits of 20,000. So once you solve that, usually in aggregate, how then you split the revenues is proportionately. The question then is, from the 20,000 credits initially, what was the percentage contribution of the 10 members? Some of them was 20%, 10%, whatever. So even when the revenue is coming from the 15,000 credits sold, it's also shared proportionate to the contribution of 20,000. Okay, So it's in the interest of all players to make sure that no single player that is generating credits to that pool goes astray in terms of having questionable practices, because all money is coming as one. So if one money shows it was generated dubiously, the entire circle of potatoes or the entire circle of credits become dirty. In other words, if let's say there are 10 players and 2 players used to tell the community about benefit sharing, but other players are not telling the community about benefit sharing, then everyone gets affected. So to be very clear, when you're coming to a pool aggregated play, everyone must agree to follow the principle, because if one player misbehaves, the entire pool becomes dirty. Okay? And of course, then everyone has to ensure if that big boy, let me say, has got a network of a big client to buy, it's in their interest to bring that buy, because at the end of the day, the credits have come as a pool. No one single person can sell the credits without the others knowing. When you're opening a government account, there's something called the list of representation. It's a document that shows who are the owners of these credits. And if it's aggregated, in that document, it stipulates how are the benefits of every player going to be gotten. If it comes to attention that some players were able to sell the credits without the knowledge of the others, you can always raise an issue, the gold standard. The only problem will be that the accounts will be suspended until everything has been cleaned up. So you end up losing, but at least everyone will lose, and they will not be the one losing and then benefiting. But there are ways in which, even there's some projects I think I've had even in Kenya or wherever, where the community raised issues with the standard and the project was suspended. So the standards take these complaints very, very seriously. So if all players have to agree, we all play clean or we all lose together, because all credits comes to one account. Okay, and so forth. So if there'll be time today, I can show you a typical account, how it is and whatnot, but that concern, no. But I did remember, it is the different players to decide on the VPAs that are coming together. It's not the minister say, you must know. If you feel comfortable working with these two and not that one, then form a VPA with those whom you're comfortable with. Because again, it's voluntary participation. One of the principles we shall be looking at is that there's no coercion in the creation of this POA. There's no coercion in the creation of this VPA. And that's why you don't see people being dragged into this room. People are coming and going at their own volition because it's voluntary. Yeah, because once there's a clear indication that there's bribery or coercion, then this whole thing has failed. I hope I've addressed your concerns. Yes.
Can I help? So, because I'm seeing it in a different angle, I don't know whether his concern is well handled. From him, I feel his concern is about a pool or maybe a circle where there are over 3 or 4 members. The 1 or 2 out of the 4 are big enough to maybe generate a lot of credit. So his worry was, would these big players maybe oversurface these small ones in terms of, like, if they sold at once, they sold their credit at once, how will they solve it internally here to show that even the small one was, because they might have sold even what the big one contributed. And then in the normal terms, they will look at, the big one will look at his credit big enough for what was sold. And then you could claim that all these small monies that are generated are mine, because it's the me who even out of what I sold is not even, some is not calculated. But what I could even maybe plan and advise us all in the sector is, you make sure, we could make sure that we join up with those that we feel we are leveling with. Otherwise, if not that, then if it's not that, maybe at the end of the day, you look at what, because if you can overstep on the smaller size entity, then it means this person, this entity will not grow and will feel discouraged and will have to leave. So maybe what I think, I advise, let all the companies that want to come up together, maybe make a consortium or stuff, feel the ability to merge together. Are they almost on the same level? Because if not that, then such cases or scenarios will appear regularly. Thank you.
Actually, thanks for what to be honest with you. I mentioned that like 4 or 5 companies that are the bulk of the clean cooking credits in Uganda. I'll be honest, if I was one of them, why do I come into a VPA as one player? I can do it by myself. That's the reality. I'm big enough as myself. I can have my own VPA. I don't need the small player. That's the reality. But to emphasize this point, again, it would be good to work with your peers, you know. And again, from the association, I think that you mentioned like 80 members. There are those members that you feel you share the same vision. So those will be the ones that you really be looking at in terms of coming together. But from a technical perspective as well, if you're looking at the ones for e-cooking and LPG, a DMRV system can easily show out of, let's say, the 10,000 devices that have been distributed, what is the contribution of each device to the pool, and this of which company distributed that. So the DMRV system is very easy. Unless you know whose stock was sold, where it was sold to, the credits being generated, it's very easy. But from a legal perspective, always considering the VPS to form the consortium comfortable with, because you know where you have to partner with those ones. Okay, but technically for devices that can be metered, it's a very easy way to know who generated what and what is due to each proportionately. But legally speaking, work with the people within the same category or same class. If is there any other question before then we consider breaking for lunch? Yes, okay.
To the ministry, there's a lot of investment in this. Would like to be sure whether those credits won't be taxed again, because we are taxed when we are bringing in the product heavily, then on sale of the product. So as we are trying to recoup our money using the project credit, won't they be taxed? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I see finance is smiling, but yes, I think those are some of the considerations we'll discuss. It's the same market that we're operating in. So if finance and the parliament has put the tax on some of these things, will definitely, it will be the same chargeable tax. My understanding, I'm not sure how we are treating carbon credits at the moment, but maybe that is something we can address. Again, I think there's benefit in us working together because of the design and nature of the projects that we're talking about. I like Charles noted about the social impact. E-cooking is quite a social impact that we have appreciated. So there is every goodwill to advance the issue, manage the issue of taxes. But otherwise, this is an income. I do not know, is the energy paying taxes on your carbon revenue? Maybe Sheila can advise the current status and see what she advises. or you have an idea, Brown? Anyway, I think we take note of the question. We'll take note of the question. I know.
I just have a.
Okay. But I think we'll handle that. We'll take note of this issue and discuss it further in our outside this.
Thank you very much. My following question is, will government also venture into carbon operations now that they're taking interest in having a framework and basically getting their documentation in place. And if government is having such an intervention, they're thinking of what happens to the private sector players and other players who are venturing into this market. Don't you push them out of business? Are you planning to make yours way cheaper than other people will be competing with government agencies? Are you going to partner? What is the future of government when it comes to the carbon markets and the carbon financing?
Is there another question? I will leave this question to the experts, Charles and the Crispus. You know, I also came with these carbon markets. The lectureman said they're very confusing. Every time you're about to catch the money changes face. And it's always good to benefit from, I see Up Energy is actually well represented. I think Edwin has left. We need to work together to ensure that we capture this money once and for all, and it is going to come. But having said that, I think the question about, maybe just give the background, and this is just the information. It is not the answer. The main answer is coming from the experts. So the thinking behind this program initially has been mainly targeting government projects, public projects. As you are aware, based on our transition program, we are going to deploy through different mechanisms a number of plans, for instance. We have a number of pipeline projects, and I want to encourage the private sector in the room to look at that other opportunity. We realize that we might be leaving money and opportunities on the table in the way we design our projects on the government side, where we will actually be able to earn an extra dollar that can help us bring a new stove to the market. So, for instance, we have programs where we want to deploy 500 institutional cooking systems. Who is supplying this? Is the private sector. Government is only coming in to collect the remaining money from the carbon credit. So the project is already a government project. How we've been delivering these stoves, we leave money on the table. So we want to play in that space majorly. And this, I think, answers Sarah's question on the IoT and this DMRV. Because now, the next procurement of these appliances, especially for government supplies, we're going to make sure that if we're contracting you to supply a stove at $100, it's inclusive of the IoT that is then going to plug into this program. So part of the problem is we're going to work together to mobilize, and I like he said, if we do lean manufacturing, if we're able to order 100,000 appliances from China, we're able to bargain better. And along the way, probably bring down the cost of some of these things you're saying as expensive. So take the appreciation of two fundamental propositions for this program. One is to ensure that for every dollar we spend as government, which is your money, you're the taxpayers, you're buying stoves for some of our schools and households, we want to make sure that we are leveraging carbon credit out of those stores. So if we're going to deploy 1 million, you remember we had a project for LPG, the yellow cylinder, where we wanted to deploy 1 million cylinders. And you'll realize that you have just deployed those. Part of the challenge is we have a challenge with sustainability. There is somebody we are leaving that we want to collect through this program. The other fundamental is the aggregation. And just agree, I think government has your best interests. So when we put you in the same pot with the 10 companies, we want to make sure that you're getting the best value out of your business. This is the interest of government. The biggest wish should be that ultimately, after 5 or 10 or 15 years of this program, we have more local companies playing in this space. So that carbon price doesn't remain with these 5 measures. We want to demystify this and make it local. So out of this program, if we have another 5 indigenous companies playing in this market, I think we will have all achieved. And this is really the motivation behind it. So, to comfort you, Asim, no one is going to change in this basket. So, if we have the big boys playing together, and I think that's what Charles meant, we're going to make sure that we're playing transparently and with fair rules. So, the company somewhere, just agree, gets the same premium price as might be Up Energy. I don't know if Up Energy is among the five measures, but I'm using the example, but I think they are. But yes, this is really at the heart of the matter. The rest of the things can come how we add in all these other things, but really the two fundamentals you can remember from this program are those two. But let me hand over to the expert. I think he has better answers.
Yeah, thanks. That is actually well noted. The question, the previous question about taxations and whatnot. So usually what has been happening in most ecosystems is the government market regulations will specify specific fees you pay, not tax. And usually if you consider a company generating carbon credits and selling carbon finance, then that will play towards your company revenues, which then means to be applicable in doing a corporate taxation. So unless the regulation speaks differently, that will be the approach. There is also a question online. I'm seeing the question online on can two BPA classes aggregate in the same pool or applications only per BPA class? So any VPA that is going to be instituted by anyone must be in compliance with the POA structure. So for this case, the POA design document has stipulated that a VPA will only be composed of stoves of similar or same fuel as per this POA. So meaning if you're looking at LPG, then you can only be in a VPA bucket for LPG stoves and not mixing it with other fuel. That is how this POA has been designed. So if let's say you're a company that's dealing with the LPG stoves and you're dealing with EPCs, then if you want to be part of this POA, then those will be two separate VPAs as per how this POA has been designed. And the reason why that approach was taken is so as the carbon accounting can be very, very straightforward. When you start mixing different stoves running on different fuels, things become a bit not difficult, but interesting. So it makes things a bit neat to segregate them. Another reason is, be very frank and honest with you, some buyers are preferring certain types of fuels and do not want to do with anything with other fuels. So if you mix more than one fuel in one VPA, you are creating unnecessary risk. Yeah. Yes. So to de-risk potential future challenges, we opted to not mix two different fuels into one VPA because we know for a fact that some buyers will never touch certain fuels. That's the reality. Yeah. So we want to make sure the fuels are not mixed together because we are aware of that particular risk, and it can be a very, very problematic risk. The last thing you want is generating credits. No one is buying. And you and I know as business people that when a stock stays in a shelf for too long, the price appreciates. Something with carbon credits. If you generate your credit in the year 2026, sell it as soon as you can if the market is favorable. But if people who generated their credits in 2015, they stayed with them and now they're going to sell them now, they'll be lucky if they get even 10 cents per credit because they use an old syllabus to generate those credits. And that old syllabus had too many problems, low integrity, etc. So because of those reasons and many others, they will likely sell at a lesser price. So I won't say sell immediately like within one day, but I just say when you generate the credits, they should be sold as soon as the market is favorable to make sure you can get the premium price. Don't stay with the stock for too long. The credits won't expire, the value will just depreciate.
Okay, thank you. So my few questions. One of the questions is, I don't know if the ministry is aware yet,
but there have been fluctuations within these prices of the carbon credits. I don't know who is going to be at the risk. Either it is the ministry or maybe the other people that are leading the meeting is. And my second question is almost the same as that has been asked before. As someone has said, the minister said that it's going to be an opportunity for the stakeholders. So my question is, there are already stakeholders in the field that are doing this kind of stuff. How are we going to be positioned? Because I see it's going to be a conflict, maybe competition, something like that. Yeah, thank you. Then my other question is, who is going to hold this data? Because it seems now it's supposed to be under the same kind of something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll be very quick because we have to break for lunch. So that's the question for now. More questions after lunch. So I'll be very brief. Price fluctuations in the carbon market is an inherent risk in the ecosystem because carbon market is commodities traded more or less. So sometimes the prices go up, prices go low. So who takes the risk? The persons owning the VPA take the risk. That is just the law. So there's no easy way out. So the ways to de-risk it and whatnot, you can speak that in detail. The question about the stakeholders in the ecosystem, how can you position yourself? Again, I think I mentioned, I can say you guys are very privileged to have a minister taking up this role, and the minister officials are still here. So the reason why even we're clustering LPG stations differently from the rest is because those people who want to be part of this program is LPG, is cooking, is biogas, bioethanol briquettes. We have the different cluster meetings, and Christmas is here. So if you are not part of the process, please, again, the ministry is here to start bringing those players together. That's why even the association, UNAC is involved, so as to go back and tell the members, those ones that think about finance, there's a program in place, express your interest, then the government will start working the journey there. So again, as the commission said, there's an interest to make sure that 5 years from now, the clean cooking ecosystem, the players, the houses, the institutions are different from now. So it's open to all. And then lastly, about data ownership. So the DMRV, because again, it's a question of joining the club, let me put it that way. So the CME, the ministry, is the club, and I can say you need to worry not because the ministry, who still oversees your power supply, has your data, and your data is in good hands, right? As I'm saying, it is actually good having the ministry as a CME because it's a public sector. If it was private sector like me, in Swahili say utadu, you know, I have a data, I might do things you're not seeing, but to be very clear, the CME will be over the ranking authority, and then within each VPA, depending on how it's organized, the people who are part of that VPA have the data. So if like 10 SMEs are part of that VPA, then all of you 10 have access to just the data. But of course, the CME, the ministry in the CME must have visibility to track actual integrity in the claims. And then, of course, it has the full visibility. And the government, the ministry being part of government, has your data, so you can be assured it will be used in appropriate matter. That said, allow us to stop there for now. We must break for.
I think Prof. We can't leave Professor out. He must have something to say.
Okay.
Well, my other question, because a response to the question on taxes, the regulation, the climate change mechanism regulation, the 10% corresponding adjustment fee. So if the person buying the credit is going to use that credit for that particular country's NDC or their application, the government will charge you a 10% fee. If it's for voluntary market, it's not yet there. The gap is still open, but the law has a regulation that has been negotiated by the Ministry of Finance. I don't see one from the private finance unit. They are still in law. Yes, they are answer on what taxes will be there. For the moment, it's a 10% charge, depending on if a country is going to use the credit.
Yeah.
And I think I need to make it very clear that you are behind the brain behind the Article 6 design that we have here, that we have simply to say that on the registry and the data, again, the mechanism, the regulation, establish the registry, again, the self, and anyone can access that data. I can feed again the regulation requires that they must see the data from the different players. The upcoming challenges they will feed to see that data. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
I think, Charles, I need to protect you. Yes, I need to protect the consultant at this moment because I know Charles is standing in between your lunch and this session. We still have very many sessions which we are going to go through. But I wanted to propose that we put it on hold for now. We go for lunch. Once we come back, we shall be fresh and begin with answering these questions that you have raised. But I want to have more of really. And I think in case you want to interact with him, is here. You will have time to interact with him in case you need to know more about the regulation and more of this. I just want to give one clarification. And so that arrays appears of any member here. The concept of all of this, we are looking at it in four lenses, which I want to share with you so that you pick it up from here. We have a lens looking at the private sector. We have a lens looking at government, projects of private sector, projects of government, projects of development partners, and existing projects, just like what I said. So that is a big lens. So everything here is plugging into four lenses that I've shared. So everything is catered for. For now, let us end here and we go for lunch. Then we come for the second section, third section. But before we go, because of the background that I come from, we're going to pray for food. So I will ask for Dorothea, who is here. You food for spirit tonight. Please place our food and go for lunch. Anyone here? Okay, let's pray. Father, thank you this afternoon that you have given us some time to reflect on your goodness through what the government is doing. As we prepare for lunch, bless our lunch that we're going to eat, and bless us all as we take it. May it touch our bodies. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Lunch is out, so we shall stop down with the rest. Yes,
okay, yeah, put a post on our lunch break online.
Yes. We have only 1 hour for lunch, so I request that we kind of try to be fast so that we come back for another session. All your documents are very safe. Don't worry about anything, leave them where they are. They are very safe.
So we're talking about
people were asking about how does the government now come in to develop the project. So we want physically people to see what we are doing, that even the government has. I hope the people online are following.
Yes.
Or maybe they had also gone for lunch, so it's time to call them back.
21 online.
We have 21. So call as many as possible to come back so that we commence this engagement. I am not sure. We have 4 vendors, but I don't know who is ready to take up the mantle as number 1. Maybe by show of hands. We have energy here. Energy, where are you? By show of hands. Someone should grab hands of energy. Is our vendor trying to transit school into using electric cooking? Then we have one energy solution. Maybe by show of hands, where are you? Yes, they will also present to us. We have a Kobora. Is the Kobora already in the house? Maybe they're still all right. Then we have the last one is a coca. A coca is also in the house. So we have 4 vendors whom we shall give a maximum of 5 to 10 minutes. So you have 5 to 10 minutes. Remember, as you present to us, you also marketing your company. These are potential investors. How you do it in 5 to 10 minutes, I don't know. Please, let's now with one who is ready. Please take up the mantle. You need the table for that.
Yes.
We can have this center one because it is here. Everyone will be able to see. This will be for demo for now. The rest of what I see. Okay, please have energy take up the mantle. You have 5 to 10 minutes to deliver your point.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now that we are full, I think we push out the barrier. Thank you. I come from Up Energy. I work as a carbon operations manager. So my role is basically to implement what was out here today. I check compliance and ensure that we are adhering to the standard. So I'm happy that we are here with representatives of Paris Carbon and for taking us through the standard. And maybe just a brief background of Up Energy. It supplies energy efficient cooking products, this technology to our communities to avail them with quality products at a cheaper cost. And because of that, we also subscribe to climate action and therefore eligible for carbon financing. So we've gone away, distributed so many units of our products. We are partnering with the government to provide a solution for the clean cooking in the institution. It's at a pilot phase right now, but the details will come through when it is at its peak. So what I have here today is household products, because that's where we started. We're distributing products to the households to help them offset emissions. So we have the charcoal stove. It's an improved cooktop. Has a mechanism that enables it to conduct heat if the stove hot for many hours using the least charcoal cost according to the specification. So it looks something like this. You can look at it later. It is here. Then we have the pressure cooker, which is the electric pressure cooker that subscribes under the e-cooking. And we have the induction stove. I don't know, it has a 3 remote for that. Oh, it's right here. So these are all products that are manufactured in Uganda, and they have been working for a couple of years. So to adhere to the standard, we moved from CDM transition to Article 6, and it required us to meter our devices. So we came up, we have an efficient product team that has been working overtime to make sure that we adhere to the standard. So I just want to tell you here, for those who thought it's not possible, it's actually possible. We've tested it, we've done it, and we are actually running DMRB. So we've metered all our devices and they comply to the gold standard. So I'm just going to give you, to show you just a few of our meters that we use. Sorry, I forgot the tools. So I'll start with our stove. We came up with a sensor that we attach at the back of the stove, like this. We put nails on it, and we allow the customer use this product over a certain period of time. And then when we are done, we go and take out the product and then monitor usage. So this temperature sensor is able to tell how many times the customer is cooking simply by conducting the heat and then taking the measurements. It is also able to tell us the amount of heat that the stove has taken in. So inside this device, there is a sensor that we attach to the laptop and extract data, which therefore makes our ICS compliant. And for our EPCs, they have inbuilt meters that monitor the cooking sessions that we quantify after a certain period of time. So to the regular user, you cannot use this data. Even if you pick it, you will not understand what it means. So even at the office, not very many people understand what the data is about. But after we pick it and aggregate it, then we can make some useful information out of it. That is usage information, because we have to make sure that usage has been had by the cooking device. Same applies to the induction cooker. It has an inbuilt sensor that monitors its usage. So before we have, not before, but just to improve the quality of our credits and an article, we came up with retrofit meters. This is an IoT device, which is able to tell us that the customer is cooking at a particular time, even when we are not there. So this one was a bit manual. You had to go and pick the data manually. So we developed another one, which is IoT enabled. So we don't have to be at the customer's home to actually know that they are cooking. The data is sent directly to our servers and we can monitor it from there. So with the retrometers, we use them for the more improved devices, and we plug the cable, and when we set it in power, it is enabled. It has an antenna and a SIM card, so it becomes active and sends us the data. So we are able to tell the cooking session. I think the pilot in the program in gold standard using the retrometers. So government can be rest assured that we shall comply when we are carrying out the institutional cook stove clean energy for the schools, and the credits that you will claim for in future will be of quality, will be compliant, and will be very good because they have integrity, they'll be truthful, and they will be of use to our country. Thank you. Any questions? Yes?
Thank you, Energy, for that demonstration and for the innovation. It's good that because I was worried when you talked about the first method for the stove, where you have to go physically for over 1 million stoves to pick the card. I was worried. But now with the determinant, I can see that at least you said you have servers where you can pick that. Now, my question is, what is the cost of the determinant? That's one. Two, how frequent do you monitor your data or edit?
Cost to the client to have energy. Okay, for the clients, they don't incur any cost because it is us who need the data and it is us who want to pass the check for compliance. So the client doesn't inquire any costs when it comes to acquiring this device. Actually, going forward, we want to distribute all products with the meter attached. So the client doesn't really incur anything. But to have energy, of course, there is a cost, which I may not know. So I'm not in finance, which I may not know that I'm not in finance. But what I know, there is a cost. And I think the prices are online. It's just a matter of getting the brand, and then you can Google the price. It's public information, so I think you can get the price. I think in the carbon market, really, the game is for you to be compliant. It's for you to add quality to your product, to your credit.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for the innovation. Question whether it does not vary the sizes, because I can see the size of that. So you have only that size. When it is big, is it the same? The same consumption of all the measurements? Yes.
This is the technical specification for household. I hope I'm clear. This is the technical specification for the household. So for household, this is what we produce. We don't produce any other size. But for institutional, there is another specification which is bigger than this. That works for the institutional setting. So
and you use the same
fuel?
The other, which is apprehended.
I don't think I'm understanding the question. However,
Yeah.
Does it mean the same up like this?
Yeah, the same like this. Yeah. I'm trying to paraphrase this question.
Yes.
This question is, if you're using the stove, that stove,
Yes.
that is size 2,
Yes.
and you have size 5, do you use the same thermometer to give the result? That's one. The other question, that's now mine, is, because the thermometer you're showing us is plugged in electricity. On the stove, where do you plug it? That's one.
No, this one is not.
That's because that one you cannot use it because you have to go 1 million households to speak the card. So we're talking about the thermometer that is user friendly where you can access data remote.
Yes.
Yes. That's the one.
Yes.
That's the one I'm asking. Yes. Because that is meant to give you information on the server. So
That is out. And then we have to plug this in.
no, don't cook the stove because that works on the stove. You demonstrated for the stove.
Okay, I think I just have to show you a picture, but the one of the stove, it's also something like this. Okay, I showed you the full unit, but this is where the gist is. It's just a device. This is a casing and doesn't really matter. This is where the data is. This is where the data is. It has a fully enabled battery that can last 6 months. So this battery for this particular device is embedded and it can work for that long. While for the GSM, the IoT ones, they even go longer, like for a year. So we have a pilot we are testing with gold standard with the retrometer. But those ones, they're plugged into the power. But with these ones, the battery is very strong and it can keep transmitting. But then also there is an aspect of monitoring. You can't just put a device and disappear. And then you expect it to not have any problems. No one will touch it and watch for over a year. So you have to keep monitoring, checking on the client, make sure the device is not being misused or something like that. So we have those projects we do once in a while where we go and check on the device, make sure it's still functioning, hasn't run out of battery. But so far none has, because the ones we are using, the battery goes on for a long time.
Yes, something. So now the other question related to that is those determinants you're referring to, are they GPS coordinated so that if I have this move and maybe I'm in Kampala, I've shifted to Wakiso, then you will still get the information on the tractor press. You may not get the physical, but you can say, okay, is in this district.
Yes, it caters for that flexibility of location switch. Right now, the priority measurement is the temperature for the store and then the booking sessions for these other two devices. That is catered for in whatever location you go to. If you turn on the device, we will know that it has been turned on. It is cooking. Yes.
Yes, something simple.
Yes.
I know how daring and exploring Ugandans are. Have you had cases whereby you deliver the stove and then you found that they have removed the retrometer?
No. When we install these devices, we do a security check. So if you notice the screws that we use, we import them. They're not in Uganda. So even the screwdrivers are imported. So for those people who want to,
Let me
yes, I'm still answering your question. So for this, we really try to put security measures that even if you get it and break it, you'll be destroying the device and you'll not benefit from it.
Now I want to ask, and not as somebody in this room, but as another Ugandan. I've met some stores, and somebody is even finding it hard to give you their name because they have already paid for the store. Now somebody is wondering why you're adding something different that is not benefiting him to cook.
Now that goes to customer care. Our team is really skilled and trained. Before we start any project, we have to train our team. It's a requirement that the team has to be trained. The enumerators, the agents, they are properly trained on how to handle customers. I can come and talk to you, and by the time we are done, you have put whatever I want in your home. Now that is a skill which I may have and another person doesn't have. That's why when it comes to certain jobs, it's competence-based, it's skill-based. You have to have the skill to convince me to allow you to put a device on the stove. But when we are distributing the stove at onset, we prep the customer. We tell them these stoves are part of our project. You're buying them at a subsidized price because another company is meeting the other costs. But we shall have to monitor at a certain point. We shall come back and we shall have to monitor the product and carry out some tests. So we make them sign a waiver, the waiver for the rights. So when they sign the waiver, then they have relinquished their rights. So really, when we call you, you have to adhere. You sign a contract, basically with the receipt. But still, we don't take it as a right that you sign that, we're coming to your home. We have an onboarding process that we use in-house to onboard a customer to participate in the activity. So just to go back, the EPC as well has a US report that we use to pick the data, and the cables are also imported. You will not use the normal cable and pick data out of the EPC, neither can you corrupt it. So we try to put such security checks so that the data is not disrupted. As our facilitator said, it's a data game. If the data is disrupted, you're not making money, you're not going to play anything. So we really try to put protections for the data that we are getting from these devices.
Thank you, Apenaje. I think some round of applause to Apenaje. That's wonderful. We are seeing the Manavizi happening in the improved cookstove segment.
Yeah, just one question, simple one. We just need to know which certification does it hold? And then how long will you do this monitoring evaluation? And in case the client finds it was unique, you replace.
Yes, we have a grievance mechanism we run. So we attend to the grievances of the customers. If a customer has an issue with a stove, we normally address the issue accordingly. However, our stoves are very efficient. They don't get spoiled unless you mishandle them. Maybe you break it intentionally, which, yeah. No, they do not. They do not. We at least would know that they can run you for 5 years. But all our products pass UNBS standard certification, which is the authorizing body for standards. So they all have certificates from UNBS that they are fit to use, they are safe, and they are actually efficient. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that great session. I think it's a challenge to Chairman Yuna and the CEO Yuna. Ms. Sarah. I think this is a challenge for us. How we are going to ensure that we install these devices in improved books. This is a vulnerable that we have to think from our parent. Yes, we must think outside the box to make sure that all these stocks now have tracking devices. No way to say this is everything or what we need. I think Dr. M is ready. Virtually is going to present to us. So if you can put down our presentation so that Dr. M, you give him rights to present all the way from UK. I think Dr. Amy, you are there for One Energy. If you can be able to start your presentation. Let me know once you're ready. Team One Energy confirm that the presentation is ready.
Amy, Dr. Amy, please unmute your mic. I've allowed your camera as well.
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much. Sorry, do you mind if you can put up my presentation, please?
Presentation.
Go ahead as the presentation is being set.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for organizing the short, and I don't know how to explain, but it is one of the best, of course, which I've enjoyed at the beginning of this week. Okay. It is great. A lot has been shared, and we hope that maybe by June, we have our POA. Yeah. taken forward. But yeah, to start from here, as I still wait for the presentation to come through, my name is Dr. Amy Wasirwa. I'm the CEO of Wana Energy Solutions here in Uganda. Yeah, Wana Energy is a one-stop shop company in Uganda, which has been in clean cooking sector for the past 18 years. Okay. We are happy for the support we have received from the ministry, as well as government bodies and development partners. Okay. So I will start talking my side, just in case when you put up the presentation, we take it on from there. Okay. Basically, we've been asked to share our experiences of setting up the institutional cook stoves, which is a MEX project, a British High Commission here in Uganda. We were offered, and of course, our pilot is in Western Uganda for about 50 schools. Okay. So basically, we're looking at the installation of institutional cook stove appliances in schools. These are government schools, private schools, primary schools, vocational schools. Yeah. So the technology which is supposed to be deployed, electric pressure cookers, e-boilers, which are electric boilers, and another technology which is supposed to be considered the IoT, Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, I think, reaches well or fits well in the carbon market, just like as Charles was presenting. Of course, I heard it somewhere, and Charles also touched on it, that there's been a lot of fraud or something like that, which might have brought one of the companies in the region down, that we are good at selling goods, but the figures we give don't maybe add up. So the carbon market guys felt that maybe there is a need to monitor, look at the systems which have been installed. How do you know that? By, of course, using IoT. Okay, so that's why that was one of the technologies which was considered for this project. As I said, One itself is a project, is a company which is a clean cooking solutions company. LPG was our first business, and we still consider it as our business because it is in our blood. We have solar energy technologies, we have electric cooking solutions. We are basically involved in 6-liter EPCs, 8, 12, 25, and 75 liter. We also deal with induction cookers, because we have known that people who eat things like chapati, because chapatis have become one of the meals. Even if an EPC can prepare chapati, chapati can be well prepared on an induction cooker. So we have also dived into institutional energy systems, which are the e-boilers. So the current cooking situation in schools in Uganda, we may all appreciate, of course, Uganda, East Africa, that most schools rely on firewood and charcoal for their cooking needs. But this provides challenges for schools. One of them is that there is a rising cost of firewood in most of the schools. I wouldn't say that not only those ones in Western Uganda, but what we've seen is that it's general. Schools are tapping into firewood for long distances. Of course, those long distances make firewood so expensive for them. And this is having a knock-on effect on deforestation and environmental degradation. Okay? We all know that firewood and charcoal provide long times in cooking. Takes between maybe 5 to 8 hours according to schools for their cooking needs. So, and in so doing, of course, we know what firewood and charcoal does, that they produce fumes, which fumes have a knock-on effect on people's health. They provide a heavy workload for the kitchen staff, of course, health-wise and things like that. The impact is enormous, that it provides high operational costs for schools, the environmental damage, which I've already mentioned up there, and unsafe kitchen environments. Okay. So the solution which we came up, which we thought that electric cooking could provide, were one, the EPCs, we found out that they were good for beans, rice, matoke meat, kalo, garbage, or any other source, okay? And we're a little bit so concerned when we think about using the EPCs for posho. How long would the saucepan last because of the hammering? And in our projection, and of course suggestion to the project, was that at least e-boilers should be used for posho, and EPC should be used for foods, which I've just mentioned. The advantages really is that using e-cooking it is faster for cooking, as I will show you at the end a video of what the school appreciated at the end when they cooked beans in a 75-liter EPC. It reduces fuel costs. It is clean because it doesn't produce any smoke, and it reduces on the environmental impact. In our planning, just like as I say that we introduced IoT monitoring in these appliances, because they would help a couple of things to be addressed. So all the systems are going to be installed with the IoT, Internet of Things. And what will the Internet of Things do for us? One of the solutions is that it will track the electricity which is being consumed. It is unfortunate that I don't have the pictures, but we have the pictures which we got from the school, one of the schools which is using already the systems, that people are able to see, the school at the back end are able to see how much they are consuming every hour for the electricity being used. We shall also be able to monitor the cooking time and the usage, okay? If it is beans, we shall know. If it is posho, we shall know because of the time being used. It enables remote monitoring for appliances. Of course, Up Energy spoke about it, but yes, this one will help us to monitor, is it being used or is being kept in the house as a souvenir? We have found out that we have sold EPCs in Uganda. But you might, when we usually go back for monitoring, we find when the EPC is as new as it was sold yesterday, and you ask yourself, what is the matter? Then the person is like, oh, I'm not using it because of this, because of that. But the challenge is that people have just bought them as souvenirs to keep them in the house. We don't want schools to keep these systems in their offices or in their kitchens as souvenirs, but we want them to use them. When they use them, we shall know that we are protecting the environment. And of course, the schools are also saving on their financials. I'm on slide 6. If you can run up to slide 6, it will be great. Yes. Why does it matter? It matters so much that oh, sorry, just to go back on the IoT itself, that slide 6. Yes, slide 6, please. Go back one slide. Yes, it provides reliable data for carbon accounting. Okay, that's what I say, that there has been a word around town, not around town, but in the international community, about people who are dealing in carbon, that people they are giving out wrong information, and of course they have found a solution that if you want to go for carbon, look for IoT, Internet of Things. It matters because it provides transparency and accountability. It supports carbon credit generation and improves system performance monitoring. Just like as I said, one of the challenges we have found in schools is that around 4 or 5 schools have declined to be registered. And in the back end, we have done little investigations and we have found that the headmaster is the owner of the trucks which bring in firewood. Okay? And because of that, the school has declined that they are not going to go for this. And I know that very many schools might decline going forward, but of course we shall need some kind of government involvement, but that one will be for another discussion. But yes, IoT, that we don't just want to give you and just keep quiet, or we don't want just people to come and start telling us that the system has failed because maybe the EPC, the e-boiler is not working, but this one will help us to monitor and also inform us on where the challenge is, not just someone saying that the system is not working so that they can continue using their truck to ferry in the firewood, but for us to know that yes, it is true, the system is maybe it has just failed, it has been maybe something has happened with it. So yeah, second slide. Yeah, the objectives were clear. Of course, was to introduce clean, efficient cooking systems in schools, but for ours was in Western Uganda. It reduces the reliance on charcoal and firewood, lower cooking costs, improves kitchen working conditions, support climate mitigation, and demonstrates scalable electric cooking models. Yeah. So you can see that is one of the boilers which we have already installed in one of the schools, although it is not in Western Uganda, is within Kampala. It's big used. We have videos which we can show, but of course maybe might not be for today. But the reason why they chose us to do this and what we went through was that the project implementation, one of them was the student population, according to us, the systems which we gave to the school, because there's a school which could have benefited from an EPC. There's also a school which would have benefited from an e-boiler. We mixed the two to make sure that they at least serve the purpose for the school. We also looked at electricity availability. There are schools which are where the 3-phase is about 2 kilometers. And we know the way how Ugandans work, or Ugandan government works, is that, or UDCL works, is that it can easily take a little bit longer to bring electricity to such a school, which is 2 kilometers. So we decided to offer EPC, which uses a single phase, rather than an e-boiler, which uses 3-phase. We also considered the kitchen infrastructure, that most of the schools, I didn't want to present them here, but of course the kitchens were not that. They were more of an eyesore, so we didn't wish to put the pictures here, but yes, we consider that as well. And most of the schools were happy to work on the infrastructure of the kitchen to make sure that they look good, so that next time when we go back for monitoring, we compare the previous school and the current one, or the one which we are going to install in the EPCs or the e-cooking, to see how they will look different from each other. The appliance installation, so yeah, institution EPCs, e-boilers, and making sure that each EPC and e-boiler has an IoT installed on it. Training, of course, will be provided for schools, for the kitchen staff, the cooks, the storekeepers, the school administration, and the board, because we have seen that we have had a big challenge in Western Uganda having the board of directors acknowledging that this is going to be something so important for their school. So it took us about 2-3 hours convincing some of the board members to sign our papers, expression of interest. So that means that when it comes to training, we shall talk to the school administration as well as to the board of directors, board of governors of the schools as well. We have considered monitoring and support, continuous performance monitoring using the IoT, as well as visiting the schools themselves, maintenance and technical support. Most schools in Western Uganda have electricians. So ours is that to make sure that those electricians are trained, to make sure that they monitor as well as we do our bit as well. So we have a program whereby every quarter we make sure that we go to school to monitor. Even if they have an electrician on ground, we thought that there was a need for us to have a backup to go back and continue monitoring and supporting them to do what they are supposed to do, not to spoil the systems, to make sure that the systems perform to their ability. Second slide. Yeah, expected benefits. Yeah. Lower cooking fuel costs. We have seen it already. You'll see it some. Yeah, we have been. We got a meter from town. We installed on the EPC and a new boiler, and we are able to log and observe, not ourselves, but of course the school is able to see what they are using. They're able to see they have used 800 units. They have 1 unit, 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt for whatever they are doing. And indeed, they are happy. So the meals are faster because we have provided them something which is ideal for the school. Let's say, for example, we made sure that a new boiler of 600 liters is supposed to have about 35 to 40 kilowatt for the efficiency, rather than giving it something which is lower than that. So we have also seen that there is reduced dependence on firewood. The usage is on a daily. That's what I can tell you, that those ones who are using already, they are using it on a daily when there is power. Okay. Now, health-wise, the kitchen is smoke-free, improved working conditions for the cook. So, of course, even if they are not saying well, but you can see that someone is sitting in the kitchen. We sat in the kitchen with the cook for about 2 hours. Okay, and I was like, that was something which was never done before. They couldn't sit in that kitchen because of the smoke which could come out. But on this occasion, when we were in the school, they sat there, we spoke because we were asking them about the systems which were working. Environmental benefits, reduced deforestation, as well as low carbon emissions. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, carbon and climate. Electric cooking significantly reduces emissions from biomass use. Okay. I've already spoken about this. Next slide. Yeah. Project scale installation in selected schools in Western Uganda. We have about 50 schools. These ones are reducing the way for the challenges which I've spoken to you about already. The schools which are still thinking that they can use their trucks to ferry firewood, but I think there might be a need to involve government to see how best we can improve on this. There is very, very, very high chances of expansion of this phase. Yeah, scaling to more schools across Uganda, not only in West Nile. Of course, we have colleagues who are working in Central, East, and Northern Uganda, but of course, we think that this is a good business, and we are looking forward to transforming institutional cooking in Uganda through clean cooking energies, clean energy technologies in Uganda. Next, please. Yeah, stakeholders. Yeah, I would say there is a need for policy support, and I know Dr. Isabilie, Engineer Herbert, they are in this room. They have been added supporters for this project, and I hope that they continue supporting it and bring the policy. We are begging headmasters as if we are the ones who are going to benefit through this. Okay. But I think we need to see the way how we can try to make it that we don't beg. If we go in, if it's a pilot, if a school has been chosen, he or she or the school has to take up the project in good faith. Electrification program. We have seen that in most of the areas where we are, you can find that the school is not far from a transformer, but having that power brought to the school being brought to the school is a little bit of a challenge. So UEDCL, of course, is a government project, but we want to see how best this can be done in such a way that for schools which don't have three-phase, or which only have a single phase but need to have a three-phase, need to be upgraded so fast so that the thing here can act as a burning bush in Uganda. Development partners, of course, we are happy with the MEX. We have CRIC for technical support and MEX for the financial support. Schools themselves, adoption and participation has to be, I don't know whether we need to talk to them, we need to invite them for training, I don't know, but there is a need for them to understand and appreciate that electricity is good, that blackouts are not going to happen the way how they happened in the past, and of course also provide solutions just in case if they happen, how can we deal with it, okay? So with WANA Solutions itself, we are here, we provide technology supply, we do the installations, we have technicians at our disposal. We also carry out training and monitoring of the systems. Next. Yeah, why this project? Of course, I've spoken about it already. We can move to the second station. Sorry. Next slide. Yes. Here, I think I will try to see. Do you mind if you can play this video, please? It is short, it is not so long. It's about 30 seconds. This is an EPC boiling beans for 200 students. It has just done it in under 1 hour. I think the volume might not come on because there is a technology which has to be done on that side to have the volume on. So you can see the beans are being tested and the guy is talking at the background. Yes, so that is the kitchen. Most of the kitchens look like that one. Yes, that one which is doing posho. You see that? Yes. So, but the other side where there have been, you can see how clean it is. They have been using it for the last 1 month, but they just appreciate, okay? So, thank you so much for listening, guys. I would like to say that EPC is the best way to go, and carbon is something which can help us to take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Emmy, from WANA Solutions. At this juncture, we have some questions, most probably for Dr. Emmy. We shall pick not more than 3 as we wait to hear from our next presenter.
Thank you, Dr. Emmy, for a wonderful presentation. Mine is a concern because I didn't see clearly the picture of the pressure cooker that is used by the school. Though from what you showed, it's like it's inbuilt. So how is it cleaned?
Over to you, Dr. Emmy.
Yes, the EPC, it is a normal EPC, by the way. If you can go back to the picture, it is a normal EPC. It is a 75 liter EPC. After cooking, remove it, clean it, and put it back. It is an EPC. It's not an e-boiler. Are you talking the one of posho or the one of beans? Yeah, that is an EPC.
Using that one for beans. Is it an EPC or
it is an EPC? Yes, it's a 75
so
liter
if it's
EPC.
An EPC. What
yes.
is 5 liters?
75.
Oh, 75. So does it sit on top of the platform or it's in the build? That's my question. If it's in the platform, how is it cleaned?
Oh, thank you. Yes, it is. We are suggesting to every school to prepare a platform, and that is a platform actually. That is a pallet. Okay, what you are seeing there is a pallet. So we have put the pallet together to put it on to a school. And what we are doing is that we are giving out to schools the doubting Thomases. Okay, that you try. If it works, you buy. If it doesn't, we take it away. But we just appreciate that they have seen they have done some mathematics and seen that the way how it works. So it is just sitting on top of a platform. You remove the saucepan just like a 6-liter EPC. Okay, there is a saucepan inside there, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions before we can move to? Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, we are going to move to the next presenter. Yes, Chair, I have a question. Once again, I'm Titus, Triasim of Financial Finance. My question is on the sustainability and maintenance. In the case of Innafort, is there any technical team that supports the institutions maintain the stores?
Yes, in case of, my name is Eva from One Solutions. In case of any technical issues, we have technicians on ground. They move in very fast and mitigate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next presenter.
Ekoka.
Ekoka.
That's all. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ronald Gawesa from Ekoka East Africa, and I manage the company's operations. So a big background about Ekoka East Africa. We're a company that deals in strictly electric cooking, that is both solar and also grid, or what we can have hybrid, both solar and grid. So next slide, I'll follow through. So I'll be quite quick because of time, but I'll focus on the more urgent issues. So the problem that we know, we see all these trucks going to schools, but those loads that you saw on those trucks, each of those loads takes 20 years to grow. So when these loads go to schools, so we know what we're depleting and how long these trees take to build a place back. Next slide. So our solution is a bit of hybrid. So we have electric stoves, as you see, these stoves down here. So this is again I'm going to mingle in portion in an electric stove. This is 300 liters. We also have this gentleman cooking beans. This is a 200-liter pot cooking beans. And then up here, we incorporated energy efficiency. So all the cooking that is done in our institutions, we cook using hot water. And the reason that's why we cook using hot water is because we want food to get ready fast. So how is hot water produced? It's we have a solar thermal system. So all the system is self-automated. That when you open the tap in the kitchen, automatically hot water comes into the saucepans. And when you click a button, so all these pots, it's just a click of a button and then the heating starts. So when hot water comes into a pot around 70 degrees, so it just takes a shorter time. It's at 100, and then you can start to do your bingo. Get that? It's also the same with beans. So our system has a hot water system. It also has a water purification system for students who want to clean water for drinking. So it's all incorporated in there. Next slide. So when it comes to electric cooking, it is quite different from the biomass stoves. Because electric cooking, the school must have a ready kitchen. And what do I mean by ready kitchen? The kitchen must be waterproof. When you look at the floor, it has to be a uniform floor, not these floors which are potholes, because the electric stove will not sit there. the school must be cautious of rodents, because once the rodents get in that kitchen, they can eat off the wires and both. So preparation that the school must do to have these gadgets in there. However, there are schools that you find in the kitchen. No kitchen. So you have what we call a container. So this kitchen comes with all the stoves installed there. So it has a section which has the stove this side, and also have the section there which has a power room. One of us mentioned Uganda, our power is not that stable. So when power goes off, the system automatically goes to the solar to do the cooking. Automatically turns back to the grid so that there's continuous cooking in that regard. So it is a play cooking system. So this will provide this for schools that don't have kitchens at home. So the benefits, my brother has already talked about that. Next slide. So these are some of the impact stories. So I've done a number of installations in the country. That was done in the refugee settlement in Changwali. I would say they also come with some kind of disadvantage because in that kitchen there, this kitchen used to be manned by 4 individuals, but now it's manned by only 1 person today. Because here you don't need splitting firewood, just press a button and you do your cooking. So it's manned by 1 individual. So this is a study-based form. So we have a mix of APCs and also energy saving properties. So when we have the mix, when you look at Dr. Emma mentioned the EPs of 78 liters, but if you find a school that's able to take kilograms, so they cannot fit in an EPC. So we'll have a bigger pots. So the pots range from 50 liters up to 500 liters. So quite big enough. Yes, so next slide.
Which one?
Mine is great.
Oh, mommy, what's that?
So what we have here is we have a battery backup system. For school in a battery backup system, we have so that generates energy, and then we have what's next slide. So best practices, and this is very, very key because our transition goes from cooking fire to electricity. We find that some chefs are really scared for cooking with electricity. So we have to have industrial training with them. So we train them on how to use the stoves, how to operate them. But there's a conception that when I cook food with electricity, the taste will be different. So we go through all the cooking with them, cook the food together with them, and we test the food with them, with the teachers, with the students, and get their reactions. So if this is not done, you will install the stoves there and they will not be used. And also, this stove, the higher they go, like in sizes, the more they consume energy. So there's way that they can be operated, same cooking time, but using minimum energy. So we learn in all this. Next slide. Yeah. So when it comes to energy metering, so I like what Pump Energy did. So on our side, we have what we call a distribution box. And this distribution box has what we call energy meters. So this energy meters correspond to each stove. For example, if there's this pot, it has 1 energy meter, or it uses this. If there's another pot, another, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are for 5 pots that we installed. So what they do, they transmit that data to our data platform. So meaning that even right now, I can log in and I see how much each pot consumed today. So these are instructions. So at the school in Mukono, Ramsan, let's put the data for their 100-liter pot. So as of today, and the stove has consumed 338.7 kilowatt hours of electricity as of today. So meaning that if I log in with the phone, to see all the pots that they have here. For example, if I click on 100 liters here, so the data comes, then I can be able to see how much they use today. So for example, today they have used 12.15 kilowatt hours. So this information also goes on the data platform where it is stored for carbon projects. Next. Maybe let's go back a bit. So the challenge that you have is that the cost of posting this data is very expensive. To get an idea about it, most of us have Gmail accounts, but time reaches when Gmail tells you you need to buy space for upload your photos on the line. So it's the same with this data. It's a lot of data. It is very expensive to post it. So before going into this, you must have that at the back of your mind. Next. So the Green Schools project that we're doing with the Ministry of Energy, we're handling the central region here, and we're going to be installing for 43 schools. So right now, we have 2 40-foot containers of these stores in the URA right now. So we're doing verification and clearance, and we're hopeful within the next 2 weeks, this will be dispatched to schools to start doing the installation immediately. Next. This is now domestic. So I'll just touch a little bit of this. So these are our domestic systems, but these are powered by solar 100%. So they don't have any biomass or grid. So these are powered by solar direct. They have also got an IoT embedded in them. Like even them, I can log in and I see consumption per household. So how the system identifies each stove has a serial number. So I just put the serial number into the data system and I'm able to see how much energy has been consumed and so forth. Next. Yeah, they put different kinds of food, meats. Yeah, so the challenge that we have right now are the high upfront cost of these systems, because we have a lot of taxation that comes with them. And secondly, the high electricity costs. Booking with electricity right now is not cheap, especially for institutions. For example, this school that I've mentioned are doing the calculations here. So as of today, which is whereby the month has ended, they've used 641 kilowatt hours, so 641 units of electricity to cook for this month. So right now, a unit of electricity costs around 75.6, but with the taxes, it goes to 1,000. That's our tax when you load, they give you 1 unit. So when you multiply that by 641, you're over 600,000. That's for 1 month, and for 3 months, you're around 1.9. So that's a bit high. The only advantage is that this school is using electricity, which is generated by the solar system. That's the only difference. Yeah. But the purpose of this project is that the ministry wants to come up with a cooking tariff for institutions. Because right now, the country generates a lot of power by smart billing. So right now, there's a tariff for institutions, but only for hospitals, whereby for them, they pay for power 36 shillings per unit. And that is also given to institutions like schools. For example, a school like this, 640 units of electricity and is 360. In a month, they'll be paying 230,000. And in 3 months, which is a term, they'll be paying 690 shillings. And that will be very, very cheap for the electricity. So that's what this project is all about. So right now, we're doing a pilot in the different regions of the country. And once the cooking tariff is established, cooking with electricity is going to be way much cheaper than cooking with fire.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think we're going to pick less than 3 questions. We want to give a chance to onliners. If you're online, any question you want to ask, this is the time. The first opportunity is given to participants that are participating via online. You will confirm to me if we get anyone raising up the hand. But meanwhile, let's now focus on our in-house.
Thanks a lot, Leonard. And I'm just excited about the whole company for the devices you're delivering and to the sector, to the space. I'm wondering, the inbuilt metering gadgets, are you going to our members also be able to enter into this? Are you
get from the plantation where the manufacturing, give the manufacturer the gadgets, because all they get imported, and then you do it within Uganda. How is it done? And two, in this Uganda wars where power always shifts its ability to start, and in the impact that it's not in its normal powering point. It at times damages some of the gadgets. How have you found it, and is it easy for you to replace a metering gadget while at service, or it is you have to push it back to the manufacturer to do it for you? Thank you so much.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll start with your last question. So of course you can have power fluctuations whereby the voltage keeps on changing. But in this distribution box, we have voltage stabilizers already installed into the distribution box. So that protects this box from voltage changes. So we have two solutions when it comes to the energy metering. For example, this distribution box is outside of the box. So these are installed outside of the box. So power comes, goes to the distribution box and then to the board. However, now we also have costs whereby the manufacturer gets these devices and induce them within the store. So you don't need to have a distribution box. Yeah, so that also have it in place. So the manufacturer can do it, or can also decide to independently have it on the side, but they do the same role to perform the same function. This kind of.
Some question from the onliners?
Yes, we have a question online. David, please go ahead. David, you can mute your mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly confirm that you can hear me, okay?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Great. Sorry, I couldn't be back in the room, but I've been listening in online. I'm David from DJI, and thank you very much for those who have made presentations of the different cooking technologies. My question to you all is, what kind of vision or plan do you have in terms of enhancing local content and capacities for either assembling or developing some of the capacities for some of the technicians we have here, such that the cost of these appliances reduce, but also as a key requirement, an increasing key requirement for some of the carbon projects. What kind of plans do you have to reduce on the importation of these tools, these appliances, but also ensure that increasingly their capacity